All right, good morning, good morning. Good upside candle, start the day. Holding of our 30-second opening range as well as VWAP as supportive, pushing up. The RTY divergence is a little odd, but it looks like we want to go for all-time highs here on ES. Looks like we're just headed to our 7K. NQ lagging a little bit compared to ES. Yeah, we're almost at our fib target from yesterday. I feel like NQ has room to like to 920, just to our actual fib target here as well. Yeah, I mean, like nothing's changed. Our levels from yesterday held, POC from yesterday held, bounced it this morning, and then rotated it up into our target. If we can flip this, then 920, 940 seems pretty likely. Just gotta find where that bounce is gonna be. Previous day value high is just our 30-second opening range. So as long as this is holding, I don't really see why we wouldn't just go. But let's see what happens. See if we can find a bounce here at previous day value as well as our opening range from 91 to 87. This RTY divergence is so odd. It's because miners are down today. They've been the thing that's been pushing it. It's a flip from miners to energy again. Nvidia is about to go positive. And tech should flip green here in a second. My Tradeday just crashed, I think. U.S. Secretary of War Hegseth on Venezuela. Only U.S. okayed energy commerce is allowed. So that's why energy is up. It's just more garbage. Venezuelans set to export $2 billion worth of crude oil to the U.S. The blockade of sanctioned and illicit Venezuelan oil remains in full effect anywhere in the world. Dude, my trade evade is like fully frozen. I don't know what to do. It's like, guess we're restarting to that. That sucks. Well, we got our perfect bounce at our previous day value as well as 30-second opening range there at 90. This is your first risk off technically here into POC at our flip at 96. But I'd like to see more, but we'll see what they do. Russell's still in downtrend. This is so annoying, man. What is going on? This is what my DOM looks like right now. And it's like still moving. So it's just like a white screen, but it's still, everything is still functional. I just can't click anything. Hey, what? I don't know, we're first closing in. It's very annoying. NVIDIA, nice little push. XLK is so close going to green, like we talked about. 0.03% now, red. You just need Russell to stop falling. Miners are really retracing here. Jolts just came out. Just give this a second to settle. NQ rotation to our previous pivot. This is POC of our upside candle from this morning, as well as view up in the 15 on NQ. Yes, look below our 30-second opening range. Holding previous day POC as resistance as of right now. I'm just waiting for Russell to find a low, and then I think we go up, personally, as of right now. We'll see what happens, but I'm not really worried about any of this just yet. What is going on with Tradeday, man? Good hold of our PVZ low on NQ, just back up to our POC from PVZ. Russell still hasn't found a low. It's gonna be very tough for the market to be convincing until RTY finds that low. Maybe here at ADR, that'd be nice right here at our 580. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're just waiting for that. Let's see if it can do it here at this 580.5. Again, NQ is just doing our rotation from 820 to 860. No change there, just between our two pivots. It's our POC from above and our POC here, as well as our VWAP. Just a reversion down while we're waiting for Russell to find that low. See what happens here on ES into previous day POC here at 988 for offer potentially. If we can't get it back above, I'd like to see us recover our previous day value high for us to be bullish from here, or we could be looking at lower highs with this being our sweeper down off of that news, right? Where we have to now pay attention to this. We hit our reversion zone. We got our reversion signal here at 84s off of our lows. Target is this 88.50 as your first target, right? We want to see this flip this and go supportive here so that we can rotate up to these highs. See what we can do here. Again, I like that low on NQ. We have done our rotation into our PVZ value. We held our lows of value. We're rotating up into our highs. I'd like to see this bid and then push over for secondaries, but again, with Russell finding that low, I'm a bit more convinced. I'd just like to see us break our highs for continuation potential. What I want to see here is a hold here and then a continuation higher. Ideally. If we can get over this POC here, we're in a good spot. But again, I'm not incredibly worried about this area, even if we do another rotation as of yet. As long as this Russell is showing this upside potential and we can break the downtrend, I think overall we'll probably still head up. See if we can get a secondary leg here on RTY. Get over 86. Nvidia's on a tear. Tech probably is now flipped green. Yeah, there it is. Watching a Russell double bottom here, potentially. Yes, we're looking for a bounce, ideally here at this 85. We'll see. Got our rejection where we needed, but I'd like to see a continuation higher. I'm going to try along here on NQ. RTY is just so bearish, man. How is it broken? What does that mean? Oh, like infinite loading? I just had that happen on Tradeify. Very annoying. 40 seconds till new 15s. So far, no reaction yet on ES. ES and RTY leading down. NQ the only thing holding the market up right now. I'm still in a small long. I'm looking to see if we can build a higher low here on NQ for a continuation up for a 920 target. But we need ES and RTY to find lows, I think, for this to actually happen. It's a little unconvincing as of yet. I was expecting a bit more, but NQ is still very strong. NVIDIA continuing to push up. RTY continuing to hold us down. I'm not incredibly confident in this move, but I do see the setup on NQ. It's just ES is diverging quite a bit, so it's like a C setup right now. Once we can get over our PVZ 880, I think we're going to be in a better position. So far following ES pathing downside was. What are we doing? Oh my god. This divergence between ES and NQ is insane. NQ looks great still for longs, like absolutely great. Like I'm not, I don't know. Looks fine to me. RTY and ES just melting down though, kind of a problem. I mean, everything about this NQ setup just still looks bullish to me on the higher time frame. I'm really not worried about it, but ES is just dying with Russell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, guess we're going for 75s on ES. I don't know. I mean, Nvidia is continuing to push up. ES is continuing to sorry, NQ is continuing to hold our 15-minute VWAP. Just range bound right now while we wait for ES and RTY to figure out what the hell they want to do. But like, I can't take a short on NQ. We're above our 30-second opening range. We're above VWAP. We're holding where we need to. Like there is no short. It's just a long, or not. It's a nothing. So like I'm still just holding right now, but I'm not incredibly happy. There might be a much more reasonable short here if you want to play off of your PVZ for rotations back down, but I'm still in this long. I mean, I'm not convinced that this isn't going to go up, but I do see this as a potential trade where we'll rotate back down while we wait. I'm just waiting for NQ and ES to figure this shit out. I'm still long, but like I just don't understand what's going on. Like everything on NQ looks good to me. We're just waiting on ES and RTY to stop lollygagging. Just watch these value highs here on our footprint into 872, 875. We can push over this. I think 920 seems pretty likely. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. Yeah, I mean, again, like I just everything on NQ looks fine to me. That's why I'm like not worried, but it's just frustrating because like what the hell is going on with ES and RTY? This is where we would potentially reject on RTY though. We got to be careful. But if ES can build here at 84, then I think our reversal makes sense for upside. We just need to see a higher low here at our reversion zone. I'm a bit worried about this area on Russell. New 15's opening now. Retesting POC of previous candle here on ES for higher low potential. RTY rejecting our pivot so far. We want to see higher lows on ES and RTY ideally. NQ still is just fine. There's nothing. Good higher low on ES, right at POC on retest, pushing back up to VWAP in our 30-second opening range here into 88. This is POC of our sell side candle as well as our value. And we got to get through this and flip 91.50 for continuation potential, or this will be the same as before where our seller sits just like we drew out on pathwise. But if we can now hold this higher low and get over this, we're in a great position for a continuation and a rotation up to 96.50. But we have to respect this as where our sell side is going to try to defend into VWAP. I am still targeting 920 on NQ. Literally nothing has changed. Offer sitting at 890 so far on NQ. It's miners that are fucking us right now. But I think we're alright. I think this is all noise. We go up, all-time highs. I don't know. I'm so heavy. Like I don't know. Like it's that's MNQ. Don't freak out, bud. I just took off my first risk, Roy, here into 900. I'm expecting another 20 points at least on NQ. I mean, literally nothing about this is bearish on NQ. Like, I can't reiterate that. Like, everything about this was fine. We're holding our 30-second opening range. We're holding VWAP. We're showing interest. We're pushing up. Tech is green. We're just waiting for ES and RTY to get their shit together. We see that higher low here off of POC on retest. We rotate up. We're now into our 30-second opening range high. If we can flip our previous day value here at 91.50, we're in a very good position. But this is just noise. Like, nothing about our overall plan changed, and so I'm more than willing to just build a position while we wait. It sucks that we didn't get the immediate response we wanted, but, you know, it'll be alright. I don't know. I mean, it's just... like, it is what it is. It's just a shitty market. I mean, it was just so stagnant for no reason. But, like, we're still just finding, like, a very responsive bounce off of VWAP. So, like, what do I care? I've gotten rid of my bad first ad at 870, and I've now brought my average down back to just these. Again, I'm just taking off some profit as we've pushed up, but we're just back to original entry now. Let's see what they do. Like, what is this? Like, literally, again, nothing has changed. But, like, what is going on? I mean, I don't see anything on financial juice. But yes, the news spot is down. But there's also nothing on financial juice. China tells tech companies to halt NVIDIA H200 chip orders. Like, what? Who cares? Okay, let's keep going. Like, it's not news. Like, it doesn't. It's not news. Trade is fine. Everything is fine. But he, like, China isn't even going to stop buying them. They're just going to stop legally buying them. uh, yeah. Interesting. Singapore is just like the biggest hub of corruption, like financial corruption. That's why they're so rich. It's just like China's ghost bank. China tells tech companies to halt NVIDIA H200 chip orders. The Chinese government this week asked some technology companies to temporarily pause plans to buy NVIDIA's H200 AI chips, according to two people familiar with the matter, creating a potential obstacle to NVIDIA's efforts to resume chip sales to one of its largest markets. The request came about a month after Trump said he would allow NVIDIA to sell H200 chips to China, marking the most significant rollback of export restrictions imposed during the Biden administration. At the time, Beijing's response was unclear. The authorities had been encouraging domestic companies to purchase locally produced chips to support China's semiconductor industry. Chinese officials have now instructed companies to suspend purchase orders, with the government decides whether and under what conditions it will permit access to the high-performance NVIDIA chips, the People said. One of the sources added that Beijing wants to prevent local technology firms from stockpiling chips before the review process is complete. That's the full news. Which isn't news. New 15's opening now. No change on NVIDIA on NQ. 30-second opening range still holding. ES 30-second opening range still holding as resistance. No look above. VWAP still holding. Still a diverging market with RTY. Sorry, with ES and NVIDIA in basically opposite setups. ES opening range holding as resistance. NQ opening range holding as supportive. VWAP holding as supportive on NQ. ES VWAP holding as resistance on ES. But two very clear ranges while we decide what we want to do. We have almost fully completely retraced our sell side candle off that news and bounced our PVC low here and our 30-second opening range. It's a great first risk off sell into the news candle volatility spike down, right? So as this imbalance fills, it's a great first risk off just to see if sell side's going to push us down here again here at our 880, 890. If we flip this, then it's just business as usual. We go to 920 target. Again, I'm not worried, but it is a great risk off to just lower your average. As we push into that, offer sitting at 880 pretty clearly. Again, offer sitting into this 880, 890. It's a great risk off to play the original seller here from the news. If we flip this, then we go 920 would be my guess pretty quick. ES retesting our 30-second opening range, which is held as offer so far. This needs to flip as supportive for an upside move. We want to see previous day value high become supportive, as well as our ETH high. But no change, higher lows continuing to hold intact. We just need to flip this on ES, or this will continue to maintain its offer. Russell rejecting our VWAP so far, but we would love to see a higher low here at 580.5. Again, we are back into our original offer here on tech. This is where I took my original profits on the NQ trade into 890, 900. Taking some profits here again as we push into that. Just watching this like 880, 860 for to hold for continuation up, basically, at this point. This is basically your risk right now for higher lows. You want to see this hold, technically. And we'll probably push to, I don't know, next like target like this. Kind of looking at this as our next trade. I'm still in runners from our original trade, but as long as I think is like this low is holding and we find bounces at our value, that there's really nothing to worry about. Watch our ES pivot here on our flip of previous day value high. Watching Russell VWAP as well, pushing into it again. So this is how I traded this area. Like I said, like I at no point have longs been invalidated for me on NQ. I've bought every dip. Like it does not matter until we flip that. Our 30-second opening range is still holding as supportive. VWAP is still holding as supportive. I'm still looking for pushes up. You can see I sold right before that flash sell back down to our 30-second opening range, like I talked about, into our 900 once we started to see that seller show on Dom. And I took off my original bad entry. That's what I was talking about right before that spike down. And then I took off some of our good entries on the pushback up. But everything has been reactive off our levels. Everything is still holding. It's not the greatest trading in the world on the smaller time frame because of how choppy we are, but nothing is invalidated on the higher time frame setup, which has made me stay in the trade and add to the position because it's only looked better. At no point have I taken a loss today. Right? Everything has been profitable because we understand what the higher time frame setup is and we have an understanding of where our risk is. I'm now watching this 880, 860 area. Again, like as you can see off of what my average is now, I am trying to build here for a flagging setup where I'm going to be adding in like 2s or 5s and see if we can play off of this 868, 90 for a move into 920 and then maybe like 980 or something above that. But I've just de-risked some of this position and moved my average up to 80 now. But we'll see. I just got filled on 920. We have now pushed into target. And again, like this is all because like the higher time frame on NQ just looks great. Like I don't know what else to say. Like ES, sure, it didn't look great, but I'm not playing ES. I'm playing NQ off of the footprint there. And all we're doing is waiting for, like this is what the NQ footprint looks like to me. Like all we did was bounce our 15-minute VWAP, trap all sellers into lows, and then hold where we needed to here at this 50, which is the POC off of Globex, and then rotate up off of it, trapping all these idiots down here. Like to me, this is just a great flagging setup on the 15-minute. And that's why I was more than willing to stay in my trade, because nothing about this is bearish. So like to me, risk wise, like literally any of this is fine because we're just gonna go up off of it, you know? Yeah, like what am I gonna do? Like getting chopped up on the lower time frame when higher time frame looks fine still structurally? Like it just doesn't make sense. So instead of over leveraging on a position initially, I just averaged in 2 and 5 lots on MNQ and let that play out for our full target. Right? Like I'll build my position slowly while things are still validating, and then we go from there. Nothing to really worry about. Instead of just like, adding minis, just building a position with micros. Again, like this Nvidia shit is non-news. Like I cannot reiterate how much of just like a full-on noise that is. Like it's no one cares. It's an excuse to buy the dip. ES now holding POC of previous candle as well as our 30-second opening range high. Russell still holding VWAP as resistance. We need to be careful about that. Keep an eye on it. But if we can flip, ES looks great for continuation. Should at least head to our 96.50 target on ES, I'd hope, based off of our 91.50 hold. We'll see what they can do here. Gotta get over this. NQ at target, our 920. This is where we wanted to go. I've taken off 90% of my risk here on NQ from all of our ads. Now that we're at target. If we can flip our pivot and we can see ES and RTY break these downtrends successfully, then we'll keep going and then we just hold runners. All right. Well, guess what, boys? Caroline Levitt coming up soon. She speaks at 11, technically. So we'll see if she's an hour late. Who is this lady? God, I wish I was you, Roy. I wish I could be. Man, my life would just be so much better if I didn't know who Caroline Levitt was. Blissful ignorance, man. Holy. Holy. Thank you for that. That was good. Okay. Once we get over 7K, we should have a couple pretty solid magnets above that we can play to on ES, but we just have to get over this thing. This 7,000 is just such a psychological level. That being said, I'm caring more about what it looks like on SPX 7,000, and I think that that's about 40 points higher on ES. So this would be SPX 700 would probably be here. $7,000. Sorry. Yeah, that makes sense to me. This is the level that like we really care about, is what happens up here. Options wise. We're just waiting on NVIDIA, bud. You'll be alright. We retraced the news. We held our halfway back of our initial balance on the day, rotating back up. Nothing bearish about this as of yet. I'm just still worried about Russell. The sell side is still sitting here, holding, no problem. We need to really see that shift back above VWAP, or things are going to still be a little muddy. I'm sure Levitt is just going to have wonderful things to say today that are going to move the market up. New 15s have opened. POC holding as supportive across the market. Yeah, I mean, you can attempt to play POC to value, but let's see what we do. Like your current risk right now off of previous candle is that you're looking for the bid to be able to basically hold this 920 with your risk into 900. You have 20 points of risk right now if you're trying to like add here. Right, because you're playing off of POC a previous candle, and then you're basically just playing into these wick lows, and then you're looking to see if we can build here. If we can do that, then we can keep going, but it's a bit iffy still. Yeah, I mean, it's gotten slow because everyone's waiting on Caroline Levitt, and we're in target. It's gonna be slow for the next hour. Yeah. This is a classic. I usually turn off stream when Levitt speaks because it's such a snooze fest. The old classic. Hell yeah, man. You think, are you worried that they used their entire budget in the first episode? Is that. Uh, I'm a little worried on that one. But we'll see. Oh, yeah, for sure. It might be pretty garbage reversion trading right now until Levitt's done speaking, boys. So if you're, we hit target into 920. There's been no change there, but we're starting to kind of like peter out. Watching this ES 900, seeing if we can get back above our 920, 930 from here into these lows short term. If not, then we're going to revert back down to our value edge while we wait for Levitt to begin. There's not much I can say other than that. So if we go below this 896, I get stopped out on my runner, and then I will look to reevaluate later on. Just gotta wait. See if we hold this edge. Again, I'm stopped below 896 on runners from low. If we can flip back over 920, 930 from here, then we should be able to continue on our way, no problem. But just slow reversion chop once we hit our pivot at 920. Yeah, I'm stopped here. I'll be right back. We are ending the war on saturated fats, is what he just said. Yeah, basically, man. There's no real change here until we like all I'm really looking for at this point is just I mean I'm not looking for anything right now. I'm just waiting, but yeah, if we get back below value, then we'll rotate back down to POC. In my opinion, we're probably headed back to 850. We'll probably see this range hold now. Right, this is now what we're watching. This would be my guess, but we'll see. We held where we needed to. I just am not convinced until we can push below, above this area. Just retesting POC from our sell side. I'm not bearish on the market. I'm just seeing this seller that's sitting here while we're in this news conference and looking for a reversion before we do anything, personally. But not like bearish on the higher time frame or anything. Now that we've hit target, I just think that we consolidate for a little bit, but we'll see. I'm flat until we figure it out. There's like a big ass seller sitting here into 910, 930. So if we can flip it and support it, then I'll look for longs again. But until then, I'm just looking for reactions off this area. Do they not understand why the food pyramid was... They flipped the food pyramid. Yeah, well, RFK is on, but yes. What do you mean the link doesn't work? It's still the same. Wait, but like why did they flip the pyramid? Do they not understand that those foods are the foundation of the food pyramid? Like they think that like the bigger area means oh my god. Gotta lower the cost of these things. Everyone knows what they're supposed to eat. They just can't afford it. Like that's just a lie. Groceries have never been more expensive. Like never in my life have I paid more for groceries than right now. And what's crazy is like it's not even like we're paying more for the same stuff. We're paying more for smaller products now. Like every product has like lowered by a couple ounces at least on packaging. It's just yeah, like it's insane. That being said, this 14 pounds of pork shoulder that I bought at Costco, huge purchase. Get a slow cooker, bro. Slow cooker and Costco. That is your way to survive right now. Pork is meta. It's true. Goat cubes. Hell yeah. Chicken is better for me, brother. I think I got 14 pounds of pork shoulder for $35. It came with 2 pork shoulders and one thing. That's like 3 weeks of pork. What's my go-to pork? I'm gonna just throw a bunch of shit in the pot, Ty. I'm usually large slice onions, put that at the bottom, slice an orange, zest it, squeeze it, and then throw that in, and then maybe like a Dijon mustard. I smother like the pork shoulder in, and then put a rub on, and then throw it in. Usually like cumin and I don't know, a bunch of other cayenne and a bunch of other crap, and then some Worcestershire, and then maybe like a chicken broth as the base, and then just let that go for 8 hours. It's really hard to mess up anything in a slow cooker. But the orange is incredibly important. Break up some of that fat with acid. And then you have like a faux carnitas as well. Because you still have like that same flavor profile, but then if you want carnitas, then you can just put it in the when you're reheating, you just fry it to get it a little bit of a char in a pan, and then you've got best of both worlds. They soak it in. I mean, isn't carnitas just slow cooked pork in oil or lard? I mean, like fat. Like they literally are slow cooking in fat. What? What? Ooh, a look above here on NQ. Let's see if we can hold. Maybe we can take a long. Looks good so far. We flipped our offer, so I'm pretty interested here into our highs. That's crazy. I mean, like, I don't disagree with that our food is bad here in our country. Like, that is a good argument. But then drug prices being too high is because people are taking things that they don't need to is a crazy statement to make that they just made. Like, no. That is not how it works. This is a great flip off of our 30s. This is our push into 7,000 here on ES. Into our rotation here on RTY into our 30-second opening range. Offer sitting at 965 here on ES. What is the duck? I'm so confused. Does it feel overextended? My feelings don't matter, man. I matter. Thanks. I got in on the stop out at 30s. I've taken profit into 64, our offer that was showing on Dom, but other than that, no. Yeah, yeah. Because we just bounced VWAP again, so like I took a hit there. That sucks. It is what it is, but like I just made up for it with Yeah. We bounced VWAP again. Like there's nothing really here. If we come back to, I think we can still come back down to 30. I think we still get it, boys. You're all right. Man, we'll see. At least 40, 45. Just watch where we look at our footprint. When Russell gets into this 30-second opening range, it should lose momentum for the market, and then we then can look for a continuation like this would be my guess. Especially now with ES at our target. Imagine in Germany pass law for army invitation, everyone who passed 18 years, so we moved to Italy. Food is like such a sweet, more sweet than EU based on what? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I didn't know Germany had mandatory service at 18. Is that true? I guess a lot of the smaller countries kind of have to. Wait, no, Germany doesn't have mandatory conscription anymore. Oh no, I see. A new 2025 law mandates medical checkups for 18-year-old men to boost recruitment with potential for future draft in voluntary numbers. Oh, okay, so it's still voluntary? But they're trying to reintroduce it. I see. Just watch for Russell to find this low for the next trade. NQ and ES just flagging. ES hit target. I'm watching 90 on RTY. Eating healthy is less expensive, is what you just said. That's crazy. She thinks people are getting their food from 7-Eleven. That's wild. Retesting highs here on ES. NQ flagged. RTY. Excuse me. No confirmation yet of downtrend break, but I'm trying to find a little bit of a low here. $7.10 feels pretty likely here on ES. I feel like what he just said in that news conference sums up about everything in capitalism, though. Is that things are cheap for a reason, right? Like, the long-term cost is always going to be cheaper if you buy more expensive. And how, like, for food, for items, for everything, right? Like, if you buy all of your shit from Timo, it's not going to last, right? Buying real goods that aren't synthetic are always going to last longer. And it's the same thing for food. If you're eating healthier, you're going to have less risks later on and it'll be cheaper in the long run. But people can't worry about the long run. That's the issue, is that they don't have money to think about the long run or to buy for the long run. And so you'll buy 5 of the same item, in the short term because they don't last long, whereas investing in a higher quality item would have made way more sense. This goes for like clothing, this goes for everything, right? You'll buy 6 pairs of crappy shoes in the same period you'd buy 1 really good pair of boots, but you can't afford that 1 pair of boots. I don't know. Like, we have, what a weird, like, everyone's on the same page. I feel like it's just like you have to make the more expensive, higher quality items more affordable. We're in such a, like this crazy fast fashion, fast everything market has just created such low standards. Like, things are built to fail now, right? By design. Like, we're all on the same page. Yes, we want things to last, but also stock doesn't go up if people stop buying the thing because it lasts forever, you know? It's like the failure of capitalism. Like, there's a reason why Tupperware just filed for bankruptcy, right? It's because you bought it once and then it lasted forever. Good products are punished in today's market that last forever. You need to have a subscription model. You have to have, yeah, exactly. Everything is made to break, to push sales, to push stock. It's counterintuitive to what's best for society. Technically, it's rough. I don't know. I'm not here to lecture you, but it is interesting. How do you know where the bid and where the ask is? I'm just watching the Dom. So this is what a DOM looks like. Right? So this is the bid. This is the buyers are showing size here at this 64, right? The 63.75, 46 contracts sitting there waiting to be filled. And we see that on the ask, which is this side, this is where the offer is sitting. So we can see that the offer is sitting into the 73 to 75 area. So this is where I expect price to find an offer. And then we watch how we interact in that area, and we can see how many of these contracts get filled by watching our footprint chart. Right? So we can see as contracts get filled, right, price moves up and down depending on where our buyers are and where our sellers are. And we are going to gravitate around those prices. And then we use our footprint chart to show the historical representation of these fills, right? So if I show you what a footprint chart looks like. This is a historical representation of our DOM, right? These are market orders that have been filled on the DOM. We can see buyers and sellers, as well as our historical volume that's been traded at these price levels and where price has been filled. And we can see like where absorption has occurred and where the current bid is resting. And we can see where this volume is being traded. So this is a historical representation of what we're viewing live on the DOM as price moves up and down, up and down, up and down. So we are paying attention to both the historical volume, right, on our footprint chart, but also we're watching where that offer and where that offer and where that bid are shifting and where contracts are getting filled as price moves up. So that's how we can see. So we can literally watch where people are getting filled and where there is interest. And that is how we know where the bid and the offer are. It's because they literally show themselves. We can watch that just with the DOM and footprint. So this is a footprint chart. This is showing us where our buyers and sellers are and where on each candle. When I talk about like the POC of the candle, I'm talking about this box right here. This is where this is the point of control. So this is our point of contention where we have had the most overall volume on the candle. The deltas aren't going to be representative of that a lot of the times, but that is where the overall amount of volume has shown. So that's where we're watching to see where if we can hold those areas for continuation. So like when we see POCs near the lows, when we see all these negative deltas into the lows, we can look at this as an absorption of our seller, and we're pushing back up through it, and then we're looking to see if price can hold these and then rotate up off of it. If we can, then these guys are going to be punished, and then we can continue to move higher. So it's just understanding like the relationship between buyers and sellers and what kind of reactions we're looking for there based off of what we see. But right now we're just holding POCs and continuing up, which is pretty bullish. It's just trend following, so looks okay to me. Yeah, level 2 data shows more on the DOM and necessary for footprint as opposed to level 1, correct? Yeah, well, level 1 is only going to show you literally one price level, right? It's going to show you where the most, it's going to show you where the bid is, where the ask is, and where the mid is. That's all level 1 is going to show you. So you're not going to get any of the data for where the actual rest of the trades are sitting at any given time, right? So like here, the difference between level 1 and level 2. Oops. So like you would only get this information with level 1. You'd get this buyer here and this seller here, and that's all you would see. And then the mid price, which is here, right? Because you'd only have one price level on either side. And then you're missing where the offer is sitting above, and you're missing where all these bids are sitting below on level 1. So you're not being able to see like where all of these buyers are and how they're shifting, and you're not able to see where like this offer is sitting above. But yeah, you really want to use both DOM and footprint, because again, like footprint is just a historical representation of the DOM. You don't need to use the DOM if you're to be honest, if you're using footprint effectively on a higher time frame, because you can still see where that absorption is occurring, and you can still make pretty solid trading decisions based off of how we're playing and sitting on the 15-minute. Again, like being able to understand that, like, as long as we're holding our 15-minute footprint previous candle, right, as supportive, like you can use that area as your risk for continuation higher, right? Like we can use our previous candles range and where we're looking for that liquidity to be resting as our risk for trades to be put on. And we can play off of that structure. You don't need the DOM. You don't have to pay attention to it, but it is helpful for shorter term trading for sure. Yeah. Like most trading can be done with just price action, to be honest. But if you're going to be doing shorter time frame trading, using a DOM is very beneficial, because you can see exactly where buyers and sellers are resting and play around them, right? And those rotations can become incredibly profitable for you by understanding where the buyer's resting and where the seller's resting, and taking those crumbs in between them while they transact. Whereas on a higher time frame, you're just playing off of structural levels and looking for rotations, in our larger structure. Whereas on a shorter time frame, we can play between the most recent buyer and the most recent seller, and play those micro rotations, and take 30 to 40 points over and over again by just establishing where that bid and where that offer is resting as they get filled, which is a lot of like the trading that we do. Sorry, that was a lot of yapping to answer your question. It kind of like comes back to like what I was talking about here with this trade, is like none of this price action matters here for our overall higher time frame structure based off of what we're seeing, right? Like this is why that long was fine. It's like none of this matters, and you can get caught up in the chop on the smaller time frame while we're waiting for it to play out. But like our overall structural trade was intact that entire time, and so like I'm not worried. But for a lot of people, they're trading too much leverage, and so like this as your risk is just way too much, because you're trading too big of a size. So having this kind of risk on where you have a 30 points is a lot for you, because you're trading larger than you should be. Right? So now you have to have much more defined entries and exits, because you're trading larger risk than your account can afford. So it really just depends on like what you're looking to get out of it, and what like does it make more sense to just kind of like build an average here
And was there opportunity at our lows? Yeah, there definitely was. But like, I can just build in this area while we wait for the rotation up, understanding that as long as this area is continuing to maintain and we don't look below this, that like we're going up into the right, right? Like there's no change in that idea. We're holding our 30-second opening range. We're holding our VWAP is supportive. We're in an uptrend in a channel since the open, right? And so like there's no reason to do anything else other than hold that structure and look for that move to occur. I've tried one short today and it was here at our target at our 910 to 930 and it failed immediately. And then I immediately flipped long, right? Because we just bounced VWAP again and we were bouncing VWAP over and over and over again. So it's just like I stop out because we are trying to play off of this value shift, but the value shift failed. So as soon as we pop back over, we just immediately flip long again and then go. And then that's that, right? Because like the channels failed, we failed to break and push down, and we failed to get our offer, so we just keep going up. Russell rejecting our 30-second opening range again, no change. Mm, What are you putting hot sauce on? Chicken? You have the Chipotle Cholula? That stuff slaps. Garlic chili. Nice, nice. I really like this hot sauce for chicken. Valentina. Slaps. It's like a little thicker, but not as thick as sriracha. Super flavorful. Insanely flavorful. It's pretty cheap too. You'll find it in like any like real Mexican restaurant. Yeah, it's incredibly cheap. It's pretty good. I don't know. I mean, like anything by Yellowbird is pretty good, but it's kind of Yellowbird's expensive now. Dude, they sell like the small bottles of Yellowbird at my local grocery store for like $12. It's insane. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really buy hot sauce anymore. I just make my own. Like I hate to sound like a purist, but it's so much better. Like there's no comparison. Natural selection. I don't know, man. Like hot sauce is super easy to make, and it's just so much tastier if you make it fresh. Like even chili oil, bro. Like it's so easy, and it's so much better than anything you're gonna buy. No, it's not bad at all. I mean, you can find like 5 or 6 really easy Mexican hot sauce recipes online. You know, it's just rehydrating peppers and then blending them down. But for chili oil, it's even easier. It's literally just buying chili, like Szechuan chili flakes, and then heating oil and pouring hot oil on top of them, and then you have fresh chili oil. Like that's the end of the process. You can definitely jazz it up, but like by creating like an aromatic oil first and then pouring that aromatic oil over the chili oil to add more flavor. But like 90% of the time, even just pouring hot oil on chili flakes, like on Szechuan chili flakes, is going to be better than store bought. I don't know. It's super simple. No, sorry. You should definitely try making chili oil. That's the by far the best. It's really inexpensive as well, and it'll last forever. Just buy some like mason jars, throw it in there. I cannot hide, like it's a game changer. Yeah, it's and again like you can it'll be delicious even just like super simple oil. Just buy some like Szechuan pepper. You can either like at your local Asian market will definitely have it in bulk, or you can just get it on Amazon. Um, the a good recipe that you could follow is a baseline. I think what by like what's his name? Weissman? Andrew Weissman. That's a good baseline. Joshua Weissman, maybe? Oh, okay. Yeah, Joshua Weissman. Yeah, the spicier. Like this is a good baseline, but I would double his aromatics that he recommends personally. Like I want this to slap me in the face. Yeah, with flavor. All of the things that he recommends is can be found on Amazon. You can buy in bulk for pretty cheap. But even like what he recommends is I mean, you can buy all of those aromatics right now in bulk, and you'll have it forever, for like a months and months in supply, for probably like $20 on Amazon. And then you can just add whatever you want afterwards, and you can control the spice because depending on you can buy different levels of spice on your chili flakes. Um, as well as like just changing like because like the Szechuan peppercorns are going to be where a lot of your spice comes from because it's going to sit in that oil in your aromatic oil before you pour it into the actual chili flakes. The chili flakes are whatever, like they're like a little spicy, but they're more numbing as well. But the Szechuan peppercorn is what's really going to give you a lot more spice. I don't know. I definitely recommend you try making it. It's super easy, and it'll be the best thing you've ever made. Like it'll be the best tasting hot sauce you've ever had. And your house is gonna smell so good. Here, like let me see if I can find the brands that I usually buy on Amazon. I make this all the time for friends and family. Just give them out in mason jars. Well, that sucks. These are the ones that I usually buy peppercorn wise, but it seems like they're unavailable right now. Unlucky. This is usually the cinnamon I buy for it. So cheap for that much cinnamon. This is usually the brand I buy for my chili powder base. This is usually what I buy for my bulk star anise. But I mean, I'm sure you can find something similar. Dude, this new split function is awful. What is this? I don't want that. This is the cardamom that I buy. And this is the coriander that I buy. That's basically all you need, and then just garlic. And you don't even have to like take it out of the wrapping. You just throw that in the oil. You can like bruise it a little bit, crush it so that some of that oil infuses, and then you just throw that in you get like a vegetable oil. And you let that simmer, I don't know, for like an hour or so, and then you pour that hot oil on your chili powder, and then you all of a sudden have like the best chili oil that you've ever had in your life, and then you put that on everything that you eat in the world. All right, love it is done yapping. Thank God. Just holding POC of previous candles so far, and then bouncing. No real change here. Everything's still just uptrend. I mean, all that stuff's pretty cheap, and it'll last you forever. But yeah, if you just want like a good cheap hot sauce, Valentino's for sure. So much flavor, especially if you like Cholula. I honestly can't believe you don't know Valentino. Roy, you're Cuban, right? What hot sauce do you eat in Cuba? What is the hot sauce? Oh, really? Are they more like a mojo? Like it's like more like herby, more garlicky, herbaceous sauces rather than like spice? See, Kevin knows. You can trust him. He literally lives in Mexico. You don't touch it? What, it's too spicy or what? I don't think it's that spicy. Too tangy? Like I don't. I'm trying to think. Got it. I'm hoping for one more trade before I dip for the day. I'm debating if it's going to be the reversion back to for a bid, or if we just play the bounce for the trend continuation after we get this dip. Because the dip is likely at this point, but I don't know if it's more beneficial to just add to my average. I have one contract left from 30. Or if I should close and then look to play the reversion off of the flip. I'm debating. A gallon of anything on top of the fridge is a turn off. True. Understandable. Like an ideal scenario would be a pushback down to 930, 910 area for re-entry and then a rotation back up. But there's a lot of potential right now for that to just look below here, take out this low, and then rebid, and then continue on our merry way after we take out this liquidity here. So I'm really just like, I don't want to close because we're going sideways short term when we're still in a very clear uptrend. But I understand that if this becomes a distribution up here that we can't break out of, and then we retest this and reoffer, that will rotate back down here first, right? Which is our original ad. And then we'll have to look for a recovery of this because this will become our upper balance, right? That we'll then have to play around. And then we'll have to wait for this re-entry for the rotation through. And then these guys off sides will be our catalyst for new highs. So I really want to see how we're going to build out here. I don't really want to let this come back into entry, even though it would still be fine. But that's a lot of profit we'd be giving up. But like our return to VWAP would be here into this 910, 930 area. So we'll see. Just a bit of a slowdown, but I think building out a bit of a distribution up here and then playing it as a balanced range. And then we play either a failure to look below and hold on a retest, or we'll just continue on our merry way, right? But Russell seems pretty flat. As long as we're holding that VWAP area, I'm not too concerned about this rotation. NQ can continue to just kind of go on its merry way. We'd like to see RTY be able to push above these highs on our day open, but I'm not concerned with Russell if it's doing nothing, right? Russell being sideways and neutral while NQ and Tech push is perfectly fine with me because we're not trading the Russell. We just need the Russell to stop selling, which it did, right? It can now be net neutral, and ES and NQ then can move with Tech leading. Remember, like the logic on the day has been that like Nvidia was able to find that low. We then held our news candle, volatility candle, and now we've just been chopping sideways inside of our IB. So even like Nvidia is neutral, and this was the thing that caused that market shift. So if Nvidia stays neutral, the rest of our tech stocks can push up. XLK has gone green, right? And our healthcare is now helping to carry with that news from the conference. And industrials are decently green. But the rest of the market is, you know, it's neutral. Our miners have recovered almost 2% on the day. Not bad. Still red, though. Energy is neutral. So we'll see what happens, but we've basically retraced the entire sell on RTY here from this morning, which is great. Now we have to figure out what we're going to do. but the market is moving in sync again, you know. If we want to just like chill here on RTY, I'm totally open with that if NQ is going to continue to push. If RTY starts to lose momentum here again, and then we start to rotate down, then we have to start worrying again, because then we're fully dependent on NQ to carry us up, which is not a great situation when we have a mixed market with like NVIDIA sideways and whatnot, you know. We would want all of tech to kind of be pushing together. So again, like the overall trend is still up. Nothing has changed since our original entry. That's still the low, right? And we've just continued up in a channel. But do we need a pullback to this liquidity is the question. Or can we continue to maintain these POCs as supportive for a push up without having to fix said structure below us? I don't have that answer for you yet because we're a bit slow. But yeah, we'll see. It is just that midday time, you know. What's up, club? Good bounce on ES so far at exactly where we ideally want to see it, which is here at our reversion zone. We're holding that as supportive at that edge. That's what we want to see for ideally a trend continuation. We want to breach these highs here, get back over this POC, or we can look at that area as a potential reoffer. We push into 705. We got the bounce that we wanted in our lows, but if we can't get over this, then we could potentially see the start of, you know, our first lower high. And then we look for something like this as a reversion trade back to view up and our 30-second opening range before we could get our continuation. That'd be in a line with NQ also having to come down then into this like 30 area. So we'll watch these, but as of right now, again, we're just in a bullish balance at our highs, and there's no real change. We can see that NQ POC is attempting to shift up here, the amount of volume, right? We're building out a distribution at our highs. That can either result in, you know, a really nice, you know, B distribution on the day, where we'll have an upper and a lower distribution, and then we'll see if that goes supportive for that continuation, or if that is going to result in these guys being offsides, and then we'll use that upper distribution as our resistance, right, for that approach back down to our lower. We just have to see how it ends up playing. But as of right now, like I'm not bearish because we're sideways. It's just midday chop at our highs. We have to watch as we build out these POCs as they shift and our values, you know, as the structure builds out. But the longer that we sit up here, the more likely a view up reversion feels. Just because if there's no interest to go higher, then we'll have to go lower first, right, to seek value before we can continue on our way. And VWAP, remember, is just like your volume weighted average price. So for a lot of people, that's a discount price for them to buy before we can continue on our way. But so far it looks good at our lows, holding so far. Good hold of our POC at 7,000 on ES, retesting our POC of previous candle into our highs. Let's see if we put in a lower high or if we can flip these guys. Into POC now. Russell flat, right? Like I said, net neutral, no change. NQ is moving the market right now. Yes, I still am in my runner from 34.50 to be exact. But yeah. Offer is sitting at 600 or 6,000. I have not added. I wanted to see either like a look below and hold or some sort of additional move, but we didn't get it. Nothing's invalidated, and all we're doing is holding POCs. That seems like to be the play right now. But yeah, it's a bit slow. New 15s are opening now though, so maybe we get something. I don't know. I think we're added up to 40 on NQ personally, but this offer at 26,000 is pretty solid right now. 135 contracts there. No real desire yet to push higher. again, like I think that we're probably going to be headed up here on SPX on the higher time frame to that 7K level. And that 7K level is here on it. That's SPX at that's ES at 40 points higher from where we are currently trading. That's SPX 7000 if you do the math, I think. Yeah. I don't know. We just got to build this out, trap some people into the lows, and then continue up higher. But that offer holding pretty clearly at that POC from previous candle here on ES. Can we maintain our lows, though, is the question. Or do we flip our bottom of balance? That offer there at our highs at 705, though, made perfect sense. Watching RTY as we come back down into our lows, see if we can find a bounce for an oscillation for a higher low on NQ and ES. It's like what I'm seeing right now on just to like reiterate, right? Like this is our footprint right now. And I think that we're just watching to see how we interact here. Because like if this guy flips, that puts us in a bad position where then we'll watch for this reoffer. And then I think that we rotate back down to these buyers down here where our position is, right, at this 30. That's kind of my idea right now, is if we offer these sellers who are currently being absorbed, right? Right now, this is just the bid, and we're pushing up off of that. But I'm a bit worried that if this flips and we can't get this this below this 70, and we start to offer, and that like that offer shifts below, that will then lead back down to a structural fill back down to these buyers that are here into this 910, 930. Just a fixed structure before we can go on our way, which would then result, right, like in a a push back up to this area, and then a test of this then rejecting for a lower high or a recovery and continuation. So that's kind of what I'm anticipating right now while we wait and sit here, because there's that potential for that curl loafer, right, as we're into these highs, where price kind of fails to show initiative above, and so then we have to fix this LVN that we've created, and we come back down to this node that's here while we build out this upper distribution that's here, right, and then we fill this LVN here, and we come back down into this as our buy. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what I'm waiting on right now, is like, can we can we trap down here and then get back in off of some sort of failure below 70s, the 70 to 80? Or does this hold offer allowing for a rotation back down to 930, 910? So we'll see that right now. It's happening live right now. But like if this fails on the look below and hold on the reoffer, then we'll look for that push back above this 80 here, or that rotation back up. We need someone to be trapped. We need some sort of new liquidity to come in, and that's what we're seeing right now. As we're looking right now. This is where you'd be looking for your secondary move on ES based off of pathing as well. It's the same thing where we'll either offer this and flip, or this will be our low. But great first target based off of that 705 POC retest. And now we'll look to see if they reoffer this, where these buyers are now offsides, and the seller steps in for a return to VWAP for that reversion to 90. POC on this candle now sitting at 70s. It's our pivot. This is either going to be a very clear look below an absorption where they trap sellers, or it'll be our reoffer for that rotation down into that 910, 930 for the reversion trade to VWAP. So sellers are desperately trying here 70 to 80 to try to hold that as your risk. They want to see, you want the offer needs to hold basically here, right, into our 70 to 80. They're desperately going to try to defend that for this rotation back down to VWAP that's here. And buyers are desperately going to trap here for that rotation back up for that liquidity outside of the range like we talked about. So this is where the battle is. Now we figure out what we're going to do. Just like we just went over on the footprint chart in the plan. We can see that this offer is trying so hard here. Look at this sell side pressure into 80 and 70. Right? These are who we're stacking into. We're trying to absorb. We're trying to hold this edge here now into these lows. If we get back above these guys will be trapped, and then we'll look for a secondary bid above 80, holding these guys as our offsides, and then we rotate up and create new highs based off of this as our catalyst of these guys trapped. If they can hold this 80 to 70, right, that then leads to a downside move because we then have this sell side liquidity here where we're then holding and then we rotate through back to our bid, right? Like that's the idea. But if these guys get trapped and this seller can't hold this initiative on the push down that we just did, this then becomes our fuel for new highs. So this is where either the offer sits to reject us for the push down into our 80, or where we'll flip, and then these guys will be offsides into our lows like we talked about, leading to new highs. Remember, it's a look for liquidity. Sell side has to win that out for the flip, or they're kind of screwed like we talked about. And that's what we're watching for. You can see that 80 offers sitting there. They try again to slap us down. That is POC from previous candle, as well as was where the daily is sitting, right? And now we're retesting once again. Pretty aggressive offer at that 80. We should have this decision here soon. 50 seconds till new 15s. If you're playing off of the 70 to 80, this is your first risk offer, a 1-to-1, and then we'll figure out if we're going to go up from here or not. This is either going to be where buyers get trap sellers into these lows, into this 50 to 60 area, is my guess here. Or this will be our next leg down that'll lead us to the reversion trade. So if this is going to be bullish, we expect the bid to be here and then push us back over 85s. If this is going to be bearish, then we'll look for that 70 to 85 to continue to maintain and then flip below 50s for a full rotation back down to about 920, 910 would be my guess. I mean, if we bounce here, then nothing's really changed. I'm worried about what happens with ES coming into view up. Gives us our bounce on NQ. Again, like if this 950, 960 holds, then and we get back over 85s, then we just make new highs. But if we can flip this 50, then I think 910, 920 seems like our likely secondary target for shorts. Yeah, same, basically. I took off half here into 50 for just 10 points, just to make my trade break even if we pop back over 85s. This is what I see, Roy. Regardless of even this pullback, I think we have one more leg up into end of day. Again, like this pullback to me is just either a structural fix of this upper distribution like we talked about for a reversion and then a continuation higher, or this low will hold here and then we'll pop back up and then just go on our way. Either way, though, I'm not bearish on the day. I want to make sure that that's clear. Like we'll probably see new highs would be my guess by end of day, unless something drastic changes. We're already seeing like a pretty clear absorption into these lows at 950, 960. We'll see if sellers can get us back, or buyers can get us back over, or if this will just reject and then give us more fuel. Again, I'm set up for a break-even trade here. I've taken off half of my risk into 50. This is ES pushing into our previous day value high as well as 30-second opening range and POC on the daily as well as VWAP. There's a lot here on ES. This is target for our full pathing that we drew out for the downside off of the rejection. Again, this is your full pathing here on ES. You need to see the offer ideally stick now here at this 50 to 60 if we're going to get that full leg down into 920 on NQ, or ES can definitely lift you. Yeah, that liquidity at 40. We'll see. I mean, I see it on footprint on 40. I just don't know if that's going to hold. This buyer at 50 to 60 is a bit more important to me. So like if that flips offer, it's pretty detrimental short term. I'm worried about this guy here, Roy. That might be now punished. That would just give you a rotation down into this buyer down here if we can't get back above. Right. And then again, just watch to see like if we can get over this guy up here. If we can, then should make new highs. All right, bud, settle down. I didn't realize what time it was. I gotta go soon. For me personally, the ES trade is done. If we flip below previous day POC, then you can maybe trade down to previous day value, right? But you have to respect the 30-second opening range here. So watch for bids to try to be here to rotate us back up. If we can flip this and then offer it, then we can rotate down like so with, you know, legs like this into previous day value low. But we need to see previous day value high and POC go resistance if we're going to do this trade for the downside move. To me, this is still just pretty bull bias until we flip this and make it resistance. It just doesn't really make sense to be looking for anything else other than them trying to absorb here. We'll see. If our opening range goes resistant, then like, yeah, we can change bias for sure. Yeah, sure. I think we can definitely come down a little bit further than 40, but I've taken off risk into that demand for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care where it bounces in this 910, 930 area as long as it finds a low there. Then we can feel okay. Appreciate it, Snow. That is so nice of you to say. Yeah, man, no problem. Happy New Year to you as well. I don't know if I have the patience. The patience. I didn't realize how late it was. I have an appointment at 2. Shit. How much more time do I give it? The appointment's close, thankfully. It's just down the street, so I can really I could probably leave at like 1:50 and still make it, but a little risky. What's the place called? Corona, bro. You need to chill. I didn't take my vitamins today. Let me do that while we wait. Yeah, short from 70s. Just for a reversion off of that upper structure where we curled over. That's all. Now just watching to see how we what we do. Now we come back down to this base here. Pushing into our first target into 30s with a full target fill into like 900 to 930. I just broke it down into 2 separate areas so that you have your first risk as we push down into this. And then your full fill would be into here, would be just go to the POC shift and our PVC at 75 to 60. I'm just not sure if like we're going to find buyers here again into this area where we got this big push up, right? So then I basically have two setups. We went over this pretty in depth before this move happened, but right now I'm looking at this as just a reversion trade to this buyer that was present here, and then a pop off of it, and then a rotation for continuation. Our full reversion would be coming back down into here for the 15-minute VWAP, as well as, if you can see, this is our POC shift, right? So our POC shifted up here at our 80s, which is when we started to get a little bearish for the curl over potential. As soon as that POC shifted up here, which is this dotted orange line, that's when I was like, oh, okay, we got to worry for a potential failure here, right? And then that would be your secondary targets into this 60 to 75. But right now, I'm really not too concerned about that. Right now, it's just what happens as we get back up to this base that occurred here. You have to remember, this is where you just got back, I guess, so that makes sense. This is the only short that I've tried to take today, was here. And I stopped out over 30 and then immediately went long. So I'm watching this now to see, when we come back to this area, what happens into this value high of this range where we took our original long at 930, right? So that's why it's our PT1, because it's just the trade, right? Like, it's where we expect our buyer to be, because that's where our buyer was last. And if we flip below this, then I would be looking for that same setup again, just back to our POC, with this then becoming resistance. So anything into here, I'm like, oh, okay, this will probably just come back up, and then we'll probably do something like this, would be my guess. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm not going to be here for it. But yeah. Secondary short target. First short target and reversion. I just got limit filled a little bit more into 930 there. Just in runners now. So again, this is the primary trade that we drew out. That is now fully played into our 30. Yeah. So again, the idea here was to make this trade as risk-free as soon as possible. So we took our first risk off as we pushed down into here to make this a 1-to-1. I'm just showing you this because I think it's important. I'm gonna move this over just for right now so that you can see like my profit taking and my walkthrough of this area, because I think it's really important is understanding why we take off risk into these areas, right? Because we were trying to make this trade as break even as possible off of our first target. So we took profit into here, into our 55s, off of our 65, and then that made this trade a 1-to-1 risk to reward. And then we let our runners run for our full target once that trade was free. So what I mean by that is I've taken off half my size so that if we came up to my stop, then it's a scratch, right? We are net neutral on the trade after fees, which is super important to me. And then I want to allow that trade to then run to our bigger target. And then I take off risk into that, right? And then we have a really nice 3-to-1 risk to reward here off of our 70 to 85 into our primary target, which is this 30 edge, with a larger target into our 75 to 60. That's a almost 7.5 risk to reward here for the full target for our runners if we don't get stopped out. So the way that I usually play this is I leave my stops now at break even. So my stop is going to be at 65 on my last contracts here. And it's just going to be break even, where we're either going to go to my fill at our lows, right, into 75s, or I stop out of my remaining contracts. That's usually how I play these areas. If I'm not just going to flip from here, if we don't see something like crazy bid, again, like usually I'm taking profit because I expect a buyer to be here. I wouldn't be taking profit if I didn't think this was a potential area for us to bounce. But do I want to fully close a position if nothing is invalidated in the short? And the answer to that is no, right? Like, I don't want to close just because we're at our target. I need to see a break of our downtrend. I need to see a shift of our footprint. I need to see that absorption into our lows. And I want to be invalidated so that I don't preemptively close my trade and then lose out on a great average that I don't think we're going to come back to, right? So I always am trying to leave a runner, but I wanted to show you this breakdown of how I usually do my risk and why I take profit the way I do. And this is with MNQ, so it allows me to scale out. So I can be in 25 contracts here into their 70s, but then scale out in sets of 5 and then sets of 2 here as we push down, allowing me to slowly lower my risk as we push down and then go for full target. And then again, like, this is just our reversion area, so this bid here makes a ton of sense, and this is why we've closed most of our contracts into that 30 now that we've gone to our target. If we can flip below, then we can head for that secondary target. But if not, then I'd expect a recovery of our 70, of this edge, and then a retest will result in a rotation up for further continuation now that we've hit our reversion. So let's watch our reoffer here of this 50 to 60, where we saw that absorption occur on our first look down. If we can find this buyer again and reclaim and get back over this POC shift, I am bullish for a push to 40 would be my guess, with our higher time frame target then being this 100, 120. If we can flip our POC here. Okay. And again, like, I'm not bearish on ES as long as we're holding that 30-second opening range and that VWAP. We're just going to follow this pathing. So you can watch to see now if ES can hold here. Now that we've made the higher low, you're basically watching to see if we can hold this opening range high to this low right now for this rotation up, like so. Right? It's the same as what happened before. But we'll see. Russell rejecting VWAP right now, but his return to our POC. So this is a great example of what I mean by the POC shifts. Do you see how our POC shifted here? This dotted line. And then where did we return? Well, we returned to where the POC was before, right? So we're watching for a similar move on NQ if we're going to go for that secondary target. Do you get me? This POC shifted up here. We had created this upper distribution, and then we rotated back down to our lower distribution once we saw that fail, and that becomes our target. That's literally all that trade is. And how we can find that level. So now that we're here, it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do now? What we want to see is if we're going to continue to sell is very clear lower highs. This becomes our offer point, and then we'll reject and then go for the full fill into our PVZ low. Does that make sense? Trade of 8 level 2 only shows a small range. Yeah, you get like um 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know, like 40 or 30 price levels in either direction. It's not terrible. If you want like more, then you'd have to get something like Bookmap. But I don't really think you need more than that, to be honest. I think Bookmap's great if you're really into that kind of stuff. But I think between Footprint and the DOM, you get all the information you need. Unless we're pushing like historic new highs, right? Like then maybe being able to have a bit of a further lookout could be good, because then you'd be able to see like where our larger magnets are, and I think that's when Footprint could potentially shine. I don't know. I don't really trade like that, so it's hard for me to really comment on it because I just don't. Oh, sorry, Russell's chart's like all skewed. All right, I really have to start getting ready to go at least. I'm trying to stay as long as I can for you guys, but it's getting a little close. I don't know. I mean, we went right to target and then immediately did what we thought we would do. I just stopped out of my NQ trade, but we're in on ES off of our other trade, so we're already profitable on the opposite side, right? Like there's nothing else here, so just leave runner and let's see what we can do. So I took off my first risk here on ES on my first contract based off of our pathing. As we push up into these highs, I just wanted to secure a little. But I'm stopped on NQ on my short. Nothing's invalidated the 85, but I am now fully out of my NQ runners here for break even on that last bit. You can see that we took off right into that low. We're just back to our 70 to 85. We flip that, then we can go up. Russell still hasn't really done anything new. And again, we've covered that 2 contracts that I stopped out on with an ES long on our first profit. So we didn't lose anything. We made up for the difference. Yeah, I mean, like again, like I said, and if we can get back above the sky, then we're back into the upper distribution. Anything over 70, if we can start to bid there, will be good for at least a rotations back up to 85, 85.90, I would assume. But you just don't want to get faked out here where we look above and then fail and then do the same rotation again. But yeah, I mean, you really want to see us flip 85. That's the POC where it shifted up there on the daily. If we can start to make that supportive, you're in a very good position for new highs. And then we go for our upper targets. Is there potential for, like a shorter term scalp for, 15 to 20 points here at 65.70? Potentially, for sure. Just back up to our highs of this current range that we're trading in. I don't know if that's really like a worthwhile trade, but it's definitely there for like a little scalp. Too risky? I mean, it just depends on what your risk is, bro. How much are you willing to risk for, 10 or 15 points? Are you willing to risk 5 points? Are you willing to risk 15 for 15? I don't know. I mean, nothing's invalidated about our seller being here at 70 to 85, where we took our original short, right? Like that offer is still here, and we haven't shown any interest above as of yet. If we can flip it and then hold it as supportive on retest, that'll be great for that bid. But I'd rather just be stopped out of my short and then reevaluate while being long on ES now from a better average from the higher low. And that trade's now 1-to-1 risk free, right? So I can keep my again, this is the same mentality that I have, where we've made this trade risk-free, where I've taken profit, right? And we've gotten more than 1-to-1 on our first contract. So regardless of what happens now, I've made money on this trade, and I've recovered our unrealized gains on our remaining contracts off of the NQ short, right? So I've made up for that with no apparent loss, and now we can just be in a runner on the ES side from a lower edge. And if we can get the flip of 85s, then great. Like we get a nice longing opportunity for the push up, but I don't know. I mean, my target's above, right? If we can flip this, are 40 and then 100 to 120 above. You can see where we are in based off of the pathing that I drew earlier, right? We're here. We're at the 70 offer, and now looking for that 60 to 50 to hold as supportive, and then they'll look over 85s for the next leg. That's where we are based off of where we held at our 30s in our reversion to our previous balance, just to fix that structure. Now it's just a matter of, from here, can we now build and pop above and hold? If we can, then we can look for that longing opportunity for the next leg. You see what I'm talking about? Like if we can just flag here between 70 and 50, then looking above 85s and looking for that secondary buyer feels pretty good. So yeah, you can like long if you're looking at it from like that pathing perspective. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go get dressed. Like get into like proper clothes. I'll be right back. All right. Well, our long is doing well. See if we can flip and hold over 85s. Again, I sadly have to go. I wasn't planning on staying this late, but trading was good. I've got a haircut appointment just down the street, so I'm gonna walk over there. But yeah, I don't know. If we flip and hold over 85s, looks good. If we can make this POC supportive, you'll just be watching to see if we can then hold this range, and then we'll push up for our higher time frame targets. Great reversion trade, right to our target, right into our 30, just like we thought, and then good bounce. Yeah, I don't know, man. We're almost at full target for ES. You can move your stops to break even then, so that your risk is 0. But yeah, we flipped this 7,000. I'd expect 710 and then 717 as our targets above. Again, like I think SPX is probably headed up to 7,000, which is about around ES 40, 7,040. SPX 7,000. So that's kind of my guess. But I don't know if that happens today, right? Like I have no clue. But right now, this was just like a good structural fill of our liquidity that was here, and then pop. Again, if we can build over this distribution in this upper balance, we're in a great position. Okay, I'm gonna end stream. Good luck. I'll post my charts in chat so that you still have access to them. And I think I've walked through everything. Today was good. Better than yesterday for sure. I'm gonna send my entire layout, Grotto, so you'll have all of them, and then it's just up to you to maximize whichever one you want. Yeah. All right, yeah, like if we can take out highs on NQ, 40 feels pretty likely short term, especially if 85s go supportive, but we'll see. I'm basing all of this off of what I see on the chart now. Can things change based off of new order flow? Yes, right, but my levels right now and my trade ideas are based off of what I see currently. So just keep that in mind. Again, gotta get over the 70 to 85, or our offer is going to continue to stick below our daily POC here. And then there's nothing new. If we can make our daily POC in this upper balance supportive, then expansion seems incredibly likely. Hell yeah, Basil. Basil? I don't know. All right. Peace. Love. See you all tomorrow.